should have done this beforehand. Before we get into actually doing Minecraft, there's a couple of things I gotta get dealt with, including a disclaimer and some other shit. Pardon my French. To be clear, and this I can do while I'm doing the other stuff that I have to do. I forgot to share the link for the Rumble video. Yeah, just stay on the page. I have to clarify a stance because apparently people got the wrong idea that I'm Islamophobic. No, I'm not. I'm not afraid of Islam. You come to my door with violence, you get violence in return. No, I will not convert to your religion, and you can fuck right off. Now, that being said, the people of Iran, I don't have a problem with, actually. It's the illegitimate regime that controls your governance that I have an issue with. Ayatollah Khomeini deserves death. The problem is that he's so old, nature's probably going to beat us to it, number one. And number two, his successor will never be as... will never be as extreme as the previous. Because they can't afford to be. And any successor that he has, whether people want to admit to this or not, they have to be pragmatic. And part of that pragmatism is that the hardcore tenets of Islam are not popular. And if you try to force the issue by trying to use physical force, oh, get the fuck over it. Actually, no, it's pretty easy to stop fighting in a war. It really is. Kill your enemy or go home. Sometimes even both. So, and all you stupid Twitter talking heads who don't know the first thing about international politics need to understand that Iran literally had 60% uranium enrichment. 60%. 30% more, and they were at weapons grade. Their chief fucking customer base were the terrorist regimes in the Middle East that pose a direct threat to the United States, and that many of whom have sleeper agents already in the United States, courtesy of fucking Biden. If you think that a couple fucking sleeper cells are that much of a fucking threat, imagine how much greater of a threat they would be if they had if they had found a way to get a nuke across the fucking American border. You fucking idiots need to grow the fuck up and realize that not everyone has your fucking best interest at heart. The Islamic people, especially the extremists, want Islam worldwide and will do anything to make it happen. No exceptions. Now, fortunately, that's very fucking unpopular. That we have in our favor. Uh-huh. I'm gonna do a thing. In fact, you're gonna watch me do it. Wrong image. Let's see here. Screen. There we go. Settings. Screen number 2. And done. And I really don't care who this gets me in trouble with. Alright. Nope. Actually, yeah. La da 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 do, ya da 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 do. Alright, where's the edit button? There it is. That's not the kind of edits I wanted. Yeah, no, sorry. We're going to have to open it in Paint. Yeah, we'll use 3D Paint. Shouldn't hurt anything. In fact, we'll just do it this way. Oh, what do we got? Oh, excuse me. Paste. Oh, gee, imagine that. That's okay, you're not the only way I can edit things. Open with regular paint. Now let's see here. Now. Oh, I'm not done. Not done yet. Oh, let's see here. I just need... Well, I don't even need this much, but... Copy. Now we grab the paint dropper tool. Maybe the bigger... Maybe bigger isn't always better, right? Maybe? Yeah. You know what? Close enough. And actually, I don't need to do it that way. More precision brush, please. son of a bitch. There you go. Now, we get to be annoying. I know. Why didn't you just replace the white with the white? Yeah, I wasn't really thinking about it. We'll just make sure it's the right... Alright, good. Make sure it actually took. Just a little fixing. Time to really piss off some asshats. Oh yeah. Yeah, you think so? Oh, that's gonna get his goat in particular. Oh yeah, we're gonna have all kinds of fun with this one. Oh yeah, no, this is gonna piss off every liberal on my fucking friends list. I wish I could copy paste multiple of or copy multiples of my fucking comments. Because by the way, that is not the only time I'm gonna have to use that. Probably over the next like day or two. Yeah, well, Tim Kaine's a fucking faggot anyway. Pardon my parlance there, but he literally has the personality of a bundle of sticks. And the intelligence of one, too. And it's always the first moron with limited combat experience and zero experience in any real meaningful political authority that runs his mouth about this shit. So, I'll tell you what. The day you, as a Democrat, become President of the United States and read the actual intel briefs from the Pentagon, uncensored, and are not just told need-to-know basis like you were in the military, then I'll take you at some sort of fucking credence. But until then, piss off. Good point. And just like that, we've gone back in time to when I did the Minecraft Monday posting. I think this poll is more indicative than what you think. Probably the only thing that I'll agree with that this man has ever written, but yes. No, absolutely. They were taken away by someone who was obviously mentally disturbed, and my sympathies and prayers to their families. And my God, we gotta get our mental health shit straight in this fucking country. We really do. And I don't care if you're gun control or not, or pro-gun or not, you gotta get your shit in order. Like, that's up here and here are the two most important things in your existence. You can't have this without this, and you can't have this without this. I don't give a shit about your isms. Yeah, now it's just recycling, so we can get on to, well, number one, I'm going to wrap up killing this boss in Resident Evil 5 because I know it's coming. Shouldn't take me too long. Oops, farted. And they tell me I need to grow up. You smart fella or fart smella? Yeah, Chuck Schumer should step down. No, you're just mad because he's not proceeding to invade Iran because that's your game, not his. Oh, let's see here. There you are. We're doing this all on the Switch today. I have no desire to mess around with any of this stuff, really.
You grab it.
Okay.
Come on.
Okay.
Come on.
Okay.
Take it.
Okay.
Hopefully, I can... Yeah. Oh, hang on, I just saw TV mode. He's gonna push me in the fucking room. Okay. Yeah, holding him out of existence.
Come on.
Okay.
This thing was responsible for the deaths of Alpha Team. We need to report this to HQ.
Okay, that should be just about it.
You grab it.
Roger.
Take it.
Roger.
Take it.
Roger.
There we go. Grab that. Going up. There we go. Oh, and now better be an update. Okay, pro tip. When you're online and you want to say someone relating to the Iran thing, if you want to find out who's really supporting this shit, like who's pro-terror, right? Don't just say they're full of shit. Say they're full of pig shit and watch the reaction. And no, I'm not kidding either. Watch the reaction. Uh-oh. Sounds like you gotta get better at your job, Scrub. Uh-oh. I can't launch my worlds. That would be a small problem. Can I at least create a new one? Oh no, trust me. Those will start to come down. Oh, jeez. I mean, makes excellent B-roll, but that's about it. Wow. Okay. Well, oh, okay. I didn't realize that actually. Oh, that was a fast load. Um. Alright, I got enough wood for now. Oh, let's see here. What's in our vicinity as far as visible stuff? Got mountain, well, not mountains, but foothills, water, sand, a little bit of sand anyway. Oh, look, sugarcane, I think. Oh, what the shit. Oh, my ankles. Sugarcane. Oh, that actually works in my favor too. Oh, holy crap. Why does this village look a little familiar? So, make do with 4. Then it's time for the U.S. to start making oil again. Really? That's simple. I don't understand the fucking issue here. And actually, that's such a good paying job. I might consider it. What, you thought I was going to sit here and play Minecraft for the rest of my life? Come on now. You know what? Actually, take this opportunity to actually do some crafting. You know what? Okay. Here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking we have at least 2 biomes that I can recognize off the top. A high sand area, which is a beach, turtles, and a whole lot of water. Oh, let's see. No, we'll just start producing more oil. That doesn't matter. Don't care. I hope Eric Adams wins that one. Because all the sleeper cells in fucking United States will coalesce under Zoran Mamdani in New York. And then we'll have a civil war where we have to take back New York from the terror regimes. Not really how I wanted to collect my scalps. I would say yes, but I mean, she's probably the best looking thing in Congress. And if you get rid of her, I have nothing to look at. When they start rambling on about gay shit that I don't care about. Oh, it's Congress and the Senate. It happens all the damn time. She's the closest thing to eye candy that we have, unfortunately. Nope, and also boo. There you go. Ta-da! Yellow.
audio on Rumble, and I've been chatting on the YouTubes, and I haven't seen it yet. So, I can check it out.
Well,
again.
that's interesting because all the audio appears to be unmuted. Let me take a look at Rumble real quick.
It could just be my internet. My app.
Fortunately.
Especially YouTube. They had me update.
Yeah. Let me actually check on YouTube real quick. I'll make sure.
It could just be my
Nope,
internet.
yeah, I hadn't actually seen you chat on there. I also had a Rumble chatter that I didn't see too.
Especially
Holy crap.
they had me up. I didn't see that. So, like I said, my apps are doing great, so.
The audio on my computer's all fudged up. Hang on. What's going on here? I'll pull up. I'm gonna pull it up on the other screen. There you go. Ta-da! Okay, so yes, I can be heard. It's just super quiet.
Okay.
Yeah, but to answer your question, though, people are still on about the Iran thing. Well, thank you, Ripley Games. Actually, yeah, things have been going quite well. I just gotta turn up some volumes, I guess, and figure out why.
I don't know if it's the internet connection, but I didn't hear any audio.
Figure out what's going on here.
And I've been chatting on the YouTubes.
Huh.
So,
We're also not using the old software either. We shifted over to using the Streamlabs desktop versus OBS because all the audio appears to be unmuted. Let me take a look
So-
at Rumble real quick. Alright, sis, well, I will talk to you in chat. I'm going to reorganize and get things set up so I can actually keep track of everything.
okay.
Yeah. Let me actually check
So,
on you.
love you, I'll talk to you later.
Make sure.
Bye.
Bye. You could just.
Oh, yeah, I hadn't actually seen you
Okay,
chat on there.
let's
Had a Rumble
mute
chat.
that.
Especially
Holy crap.
they had me up.
Mute that. If I have to reposition my mic, I will. I just give me a minute to get all the chat boxes and the audio, video documentary or documenting stuff set up so I can keep track of everybody. Streamlabs is going to be dumb, and it's not going to give me the space that I wanted. So, pop out chat. And actually, that's not Rumble, that's Kick. That's right, too. There we go. I'm still trying to figure this stuff out, so hang on. It's a new engine, and I'm not used to it yet. Alright. That should make it so I can track all of you simultaneously. Okay. Now. But yes, to answer my sister's question on YouTube, people are still on about Iran. They're pissy because Iran is closing the Strait of Hormuz, which is a major deal, kind of, but it's also not. It's just going to lead to us having to do more at home than actually taking from foreign sources. And I know there's going to be some naysayers in here who say, you can't do that overnight. Yeah, well, we've needed to do it for years now, and you friggin' neocons and Democrat destruction agents have wanted to destroy our country by relying on foreign sources for everything, to the extent that it's become a detriment, an actual detriment to our country. So, you know. Ooh, Dad, nice. Yeah, we've gone from creepy van guy to starter home in like 50 years, so that's 55 years. Correction! So that's pretty impressive, right? Yeah, it's Minecraft Monday. We might not be doing Minecraft all day, though. If I can get some, actually some charge on my phone battery, I'd like to do, maybe not so much a walk and talk, but just more of a out and about kind of thing. I don't want to spend the rest of my life in the house. And there we go. And just about the time that, excuse me, I can get. Yeah, you can stay down there, dude. Just about the time I can get things set up, I will be doing outdoors content. We're trying to figure out the best way to do that. We have a couple choices in front of us. One's expensive, one's sort of expensive, and one's kind of out of reach at this moment in time. We want to get Starlink, but that's the expensive / borderline out of reach one. Because the one that we want and need is the one that lets us pile everything into the car and go set up at a campsite or whatever. You know? That one's the expensive one. The other option is to get set up with Straight Talk, but their unlimited, quote unquote, is not so unlimited. Oh, that's nice. Okay. But given that I've been talking about politics nonstop for the last 2 days, I'm kind of... I did a thing out of political frustration this morning. I took one of the left's "I stand with Iran" memes, and I replaced the Islamic Iranian flag with the original Iranian flag, just to see if I could piss some people off. Oh, don't misunderstand me. The original dictatorship of Iran wasn't that great either, but at least they weren't chanting death to America, to be honest. And the only reason people turned to Islam in the first place over in Iran was because they were promised freedom that they never got. So... And just as a FYI to those who are listening who are not well educated in this stuff, if you worship at the altar of Islam, you are in fact worshiping Baal. Here's a fun fact. Baal also was attributed to the moon, just like Habul, who is just another name for Baal. Habul was also Marduk, who was also Baal. So the reason that you don't hear these names mentioned in Islam is because your liar-in-chief prophet of Islam tried to disassociate those names with Allah. Fun fact, if you actually go back through all the notations and all the historical everything, you will find that what I said is true. And you will also find that Satan knows no new tricks. It's the same bullshit that he used to pull back in the day of making people worship false gods. Same god, different name, different everything, because he knew that he couldn't win legitimately. So... fun little bit of education that I found this morning of someone who actually went through the historical documents and the encyclopedias for Islam, and they found the truth. If you worship at the altars of Islam, you are worshiping Baal. Not Yahweh. Welcome back. Hey, am I still quiet, or can you actually hear me now, sis? I mean, if I have to, I'll readjust the mic so it's closer to my face. It might take me about 10-15 minutes, but I can do it. Alright, let's see. Properties. Maxed out. Okay. Oh. That should be a little bit louder, I hope. See, the problem is that The Siren Mini is supposed to be like less than 6 inches from your face. And, well, I have a bit of an issue with things being that close to my face while I'm doing stuff. It provides to be quite the distraction for me. But, so yeah. Alright, good. So that should have improved the quality of everything, I hope. But yeah, enough about politics and foreign religions. I kind of... this every time we end up in the sandbox and I end up having to hold or host conversations about it, it's so tiring. Just, it's exhausting. The problem I have with it is that even when you're like in agreement, right? Even when you have people who agree with you on what you're saying, they only agree with you because you're just saying stuff. That's the first thing that I've ever heard of that. Why don't I just, can I actually, I can't. Well, I don't know about that. I don't think, personally, that that's the truth. I think maybe there's a little bit of truth to it. Alright, let me kind of give you my take on this. And this is true for like 98% of humanity. Most of your modern countries, when you go in and look at like the actual genealogy of things, I actually have to get into my base before, you know, get blown the frig up or munched on by a zombie. Most of your quote-unquote genealogy is mixed. So here's the thing. Well, to be honest, I'd like to see more than just one guy do research on that, and I'd like to actually see more than just a scholar. That is a genealogy thing. That requires a geneticist. You know, you can have scholars say whatever they want, but unless you actually go through the historical family trees and whatnot, then it's just one guy saying it, and his Israeli scholar status doesn't really mean much. And also, I would like to actually see his research, not just hear what he's saying. Kind of the old Catholic Church. The Catholic Church is the only one that's allowed to read from the Holy Word of God, kind of thing. I would like to see his notes. I'd like to compare it to an actual genealogy, like biological test. Kind of similar to what 23andMe used to do before they were, you know, selling your genetic information for, you know, skeezy gain. So there's that too. Oh, I got a lot of dirt to remove here. maybe I don't have a lot of dirt. For now, anyway. I just, when it comes to the Middle East, okay, this includes Israel, this includes Iran, Iraq, everything else. The reason I can trust Donald Trump when he says this shit about Iran being the #1 sponsor of terrorism in the Middle East is because we have the fucking receipts. And it just proves it. It's the same thing with the nuclear enrichment and all this other shit. We already knew that they had 60%. We've known that they've had 60% for quite some time. It's just we finally had a president who was willing enough to put up or shut up. So you can go ahead and not like Donald Trump all that you want, but, you know, at least you can't say he doesn't do anything. Whereas Biden was too incompetent to do anything. Kamala Harris was so drunk all the time that she would have bombed fucking Antarctica instead of Iran and said, you know... Yeah, and that's another thing, too. They've been open about it, too. There has been minimal efforts by Iran to hide this shit. The problem is that because Trump's the one doing it, now the Democrats want to support Iran, which is tantamount to treason, by the way. Just gonna put that out there. You're providing material support for a terrorist organization, effectively, that is in direct contravention to the United States and her interests. That's basically treason. So, and material support is, by the way, in the form of political influence, which they have no right to have here in the United States. Oh, no, you see, that's where people get that wrong. It wasn't just the drugs. The woman was downing vodka like crazy. It's not even a secret. I hate to say this, but, like, even her own staffers were on Twitter, like, openly admitting that she drank like crazy, and she was a mean drunk, and she'd do drugs and all kinds of shit. The woman was not fit to lead. She's not fit to lead herself out of a wet paper bag, let alone a country. That's why the Democrats will never, ever let her run again. When people ask her, will you run again? The answer is no, she can't, because her own party won't let her. That's already been discussed. Yeah. Unfortunately, I know a little too much about the subject. But when you're sitting there arguing with staffers and literally the argument devolves into, look, everyone in politics is basically a scumbag, and then they start spouting off that God ain't that the truth. And they start talking shit about their boss. It's kind of impressive, some of the things they'll say. For example, did you know that her and her husband only stayed together because of politics? There is no love in their relationship, by the way. Like, she's been trying to sleep with half of the men in her office because she can't get any at home, and her husband is basically a feckless idiot. It was a political marriage. Yep. And none of those kids are hers, by the way. They're her stepkids. Which, I mean, okay, you could sit there and say, step doesn't matter. That's fine until you get into political families. Then it does matter. But yeah, no, there's so much dirt on her. The conversation or the game, Aiden P. The game's closed to single player. The conversation is open for anyone who wants to jump in. This is not being played on PC. We're actually more or less torture testing the Nintendo Switch with just Switch 2 with just some generic gameplay at the moment. You know, can it actually handle me taking the time to build a house? Because my previous Switch used to crash out about an hour into using it. So far, it's been about an hour and 15 minutes, so there is that. Well, like I just said, Kelsey, it's more of a torture test of the new hardware. See, they came out with a new game system, Nintendo did, and, well, just gotta make sure it's up to snuff. Number one, because if it's not, I want my friggin' money back. Jesus, these things are expensive. Because I mean, alright, so far, I've been pretty impressed, but, like, just how much can it handle, you know? Did I get my $400 worth out of it, or, you know, actually in our case it was closer to $850 because this one that I got had Mario Kart World and the one that she got was the straight up regular version, and she wanted it for the new Pokemon games that are coming out, which she's always been a Pokemon fan. Like, I can't scroll through my Facebook without her looking over my shoulder at the cute Eevee pictures that keep showing up on it. I'm like, ugh. I don't mind it, but it does kind of get a little tiresome. Like, all I want to do is scroll through and look at motorbikes, military equipment, trucks, and food. And she wants to see the cute Eevee stuff, which I'll admit, they're adorable, but, like, come on, man. To quote a certain former president, and I'm not shit-talking my wife either. I'm just saying it's one of the cute idiosyncrasies of our relationship, and I am dealing with it just fine. It's just a thing that happens. We can move the bed now. Oh. And you. Oh, look, an Enderman. Yeah, you might want to stay out of my house. That's not a good place to be. Well, okay, I don't mind playing the Pokemon games. In fact, just to kind of prove the point, you know, I have quite a few of them, actually. But it's just like, I don't necessarily enjoy talking about it all the time, you know? I have other games. I'd actually, to be honest with you, I'd rather talk about stuff like Path of Exile 2, Diablo 3, or, you know, something along those lines. Which is fine in a relationship. There's nothing wrong with having differences. That's the point of a relationship, is to find your way around those differences and still get along. But, you know, it's just a flooding issue. And that will become... yeah, that's going to be in the way. Door for it will be right there. Actually, not to drag the Middle East back into it again, but like the one Middle Eastern topic that concerns me in regards to Israel is the lineage of Netanyahu. I'm concerned. There's a certain Jewish tribe that I don't want him to be a part of, and I don't know if he is. And yeah. I'll put it to you this way, if he is, it's a problem. And it's not just a problem for me personally, it's a problem for everybody. It's also a problem for the wood chipper to solve. that particular group. Yeah. They are rare and far between, but they do exist. And if you actually read your Bible and do the studying in it, there is, like, we don't have a choice. They have to exist. So. I just don't want to see them in power, and that's the crux of my argument, because they shouldn't be. But if they are, then there's nothing we can do about it. Just kind of brace for what's coming. But if it gets that bad, it means that if that particular event is what's happening right now, it means the post-tribulation rapture theorists are correct, and the pre's are wrong, or 98% or probably 99% of the planet misread their Bibles and accidentally got left behind. One of the two would be accurate. So, personally, I believe in pre-tribulation, but that's more out of, like, faint hope that, God wouldn't, God wouldn't put us through that now, would he? Would he? Of course I know better, but, I'm holding out a little bit of hope on that one. I'm not holding my breath because I don't need to turn blue, but, it's kind of like the kid from Angels in the Outfield. It could happen. Let's see here. Oh. And no, by no stretch of the imagination am I saying all Jews are bad and all Jews of this tribe are bad. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that him being in power is a problem for the world, and we will have to deal with him eventually, I'm sure. And so will the other tribes of Judah. That'll be an interesting thing to have to deal with. No, fucking BB. I really hope what they said about him isn't true. His family is predominantly Ashkenazi. Ron. Run. Okay. I'll explain this very simply. The Ashkenazi tribe is known for one thing and one thing only, and that is not the worship of Yahweh. That is the reading and worship of the fucking Talmud. Run. I mean, he could be different. The individual does kind of matter more than his last name, but let's just hope he stays on the Sephardic side of the fence for now. That's all I can say. No, actually, running won't make a difference if it's going to end up the way that I fear it will. Actually, fear isn't really the right word. But that answers it more than a few questions. Oh, this is gonna be a fun one. Still looks like a guy. It's not called reckless governing, it's called being a world leader. And if Thomas Massey actually understood what that fucking meant, he wouldn't be saying half of the shit that he's saying. I hate to burst his bubble, but it's kind of the truth. And the sad part is that I actually like the guy. Like 98% of the stuff he says I agree with. Just this one time, he's kind of fucking up. You know, it happens sometimes. It's called being human. You're allowed to be wrong every once in a while. Also, you want to talk about Trump changing. Jesus, look at Thomas Massey. He's changed a lot, too. He's got to be careful about growing that beard out. He might look like he's from the wrong country. Extra meaty spaghetti with meat sauce. That sounds actually pretty good. Except with the diet that me and Vermeil are attempting to do, I'd have to substitute the spaghetti with something. Well, I need something a little bit bigger than just 2 bedrooms for $35,000. I mean, actually, that's pretty good pricing, especially if it's in good condition. So yeah. Sweet. Now, that being said, if I had the money and the ability to do it, I'd pluck the plumbing out of the ground for this place at Graham's. I'd take this trailer and pay for this other one here and surgically link the two together and have a nice 4-bedroom, 2-bathroom, or 3-bathroom actually, home. And I'd plant it on the other side of the garage, and I'd horseshoe the driveway. But at that point, you're talking about, well, let's see here, about a good $50,000 dumped into this place, roughly, or more. Probably even $75K, maybe. I could probably do it for under $100K, I know that, because like connecting the two buildings together and doing all of that jazz would be kind of something that I would handle myself. But like, I'd need a special crew to come in and train and either put in a new septic system or drain the one or empty the one that's here and move it. or we'd have to redo the plumbing to go around the driveway and into the new home, which wouldn't work out so well because we'd actually need a bigger septic system anyway. So even then, you're still talking another $10,000. So yeah, right around 50, 60, 75K. Yep. But, I mean, after doing that, the property value is going to go up substantially because of the size of the house that's going to end up being on it. And even then, the most reliable thing about the place is going to end up being the roof. And that would be because I would be the one building that from, like, the ground up, basically. So... you know what? I don't usually do this part yet. I usually try to make sure there's a mine down here first. But... hey, look at that. Just like an open cave system that I can freely do what I need to do. I pee freely! Please tell me this is not going to go all the way to Bedrock without me finding a cave system. Hey, look, it's some blue shit. Oh, I'm about to probably get my wish alright, judging by the way that the screen just did that blackout thing. Oh yes, I know what that means. as well crank that fan right up on high. Yep. It's gonna be a hot day today. Yeah, he did. Because he was probably on his lead when he did it. Oh, I hate mining in this stinking game, man. Oh. Right in front of your foot. Right where that line is, it goes. Yep. There you go, that's all of it. I had to talk to her about changing out that water today at some point. If, well, I know we have the bleach. Wait, what? Oh, no. Crap. There. Actually, it's about good enough, I think. Oh, damn. That's better. Much better. Yeah, that's the worst parenting advice I've ever fucking heard. Of course you want to play with your kids. Oh. Where's the Freedom Caucus lie? See, I'm not going to push the audio on a clip that you guys have cut out of context. Fun fact. My daughter was born via C-section and I got to cut the umbilical. And I didn't throw up. Got a little lightheaded for a split second there, but it was more because my ex's face had turned like stone gray. And I was about worried to death she wasn't going to make it out of it, but I pulled her out of it just fine. So Stevens Hospital in Norway, or Stevens Memorial Hospital, I don't know which combination of words it actually is, but yeah, props to them. And the birthing doctor who, I'm sorry ma'am, I've forgotten your name, it's been a long time. Dude, the door is shut. Okay. Thank you, come again. Or don't come again. Oh, Chris Murphy, when will you learn? Screaming about the origins and the roots of a party that you don't like, when your own party originated out of slave owners. Actually, ironically, Iran has like Yeah, that's actually kind of accurate. Magnus, sit and stay. No. No, we're not doing this. Get over here. You will listen when you are told. Where's mine? Enough. They're here. I know they're here. You can stop.
I don't have it.
Yeah, that's why we left this on all night, because I knew how bad it was going to be.
You're a lot worse tomorrow.
Yep.
You're gonna die tomorrow on the way south. Still don't have a septic. I'm gonna go home to no water, no septic. Middle of the night. Go ahead, eat that right off. Why don't you wash your hands? They didn't come off.
This is a lie, but I'm just trying to ruffle some feathers.
temperature the whole damn way. So I'm not living down there. I'm just residing down there in exile until I can move home. But it ain't gonna be no better up here. They're already talking about it gonna be a cooker up here tomorrow. Humid as all get out. And then I guess after a couple days they got a front coming down out of good old Canada. Supposed to swing down and push it out. So how's everything up there? Sue okay? Alright, you doing alright? That's good. You guys still gonna think you guys gonna still go to Africa? We have it for next August, but I'm wondering by then if we'll be able to get in because South Africa's already on the list of having to have that increased check on your passports. They've joined the list of countries. So I called my buddy. I texted him and said, "I hope we ain't gonna have issues getting in there." He said, "We better not." He said, "I'm waiting for you to get here." I said, "I'm waiting to get there." I said, "If they screw this up, I'm gonna be a pissed off little fella." But so everything all right in Alaska then? Yeah. Yeah. You coming down anytime, or are you gonna be? Well, I'll be here. I gotta come back in August to redo the trailer and finish this thing. I can't believe the headache, but it's life. So, yeah, well, ADK don't even get the siding anymore. I called over there to Twin Towns when she bought it. And she's figured they'd probably have a few pieces I could buy. The guy said, I guess they haven't used it 10 years. It's like, whatever. So, anyway, so everything's all right. I guess I'll give you a holler from, we're going to head to Colorado next month for a week, 9 days. So, I'll give you a holler, all right? We love you. Okay, take the soup for us.
Enough.
All right, love you later. Bye.
Enough.
You go with us? Yeah. What's wrong? It does when you fold it down.
Yeah, it's flip phone.
I had one for 100 years till it broke it. About 3 different
Oh, the
times.
reason Sue didn't want anybody to know is she doesn't want her mother. The mother
Like I have any contact with her mother.
Well, she must be all right. He
Yeah,
said
it
she's
was the
a,
same thing that Linda
I
had.
told you, skin melanoma. They cut it off you.
They got it all, and
That's good.
that's the reason they couldn't come down to the wedding.
She had the surgery.
Had surgery. Same
Well,
time.
Linda healed up nicely.
Yes, she did. You can't even tell us the scar on her face.
Is she gonna go get a jacket? I'll guarantee.
No, where are you going?
Oh, I gotta go running around. I gotta get some plastic. Gotta get that tool to zip that piece on. Some staples. I don't know. Kelly asked us if we went by a store to pick up some tortilla shells for some reason. Mama's in the kitchen shaking his head like this. So she must have another wild hair up her ass after we leave. She's gonna make something else. Mama made the spaghetti and meatballs, and Kelly's saying, well, if you're gonna be near a store, Terry, if you could find me some tortilla shells. Mama dropped his head in the kitchen and started doing that. How much more food is this woman gonna make now? What does she want? Yeah. All right, Garrett,
Yep.
Sorry, I've been busy cleaning and trying to make a phone call to a stupid debt collector that won't answer. But yeah, she wants to do park visitations. I do know that there is a park behind the town office in Manchester by that ice cream store over there called Fielder's Choice or whatever it is. But today's a really hot 83-degree weather, and tomorrow's going to be in the hundreds. So we can plan something midweek or this weekend. I don't know. That's all I got. And where are you talking about the one in Reedfield? Is it at the high school or by that restaurant in Reedfield?
Oh boy.
Why don't you want to go?
Because I don't want to go.
What's the reason?
I can't hear you on that. Shit.
Because I don't want to go.
What's the reason?
Because
Is there a reason why you don't want to go?
you hit Ren with a pillow.
Yeah.
And you threw a pillow. That's why I do not want to go. I do not want to see that. That's why I'm not going. Because I do not want to see my man get hurt. No.
I respect your words. Thanks for telling me. But you also need to tell your dad that.
I didn't play that much. I'm fine.
So the reason Graham got hit by a pillow and had a pillow thrown in her direction was because River made a mess of the couch and we had to clean off the couch. I had to actually go so far as to peel off the red futon cover in general. We have since remedied that problem by buying the waterproof the cover for the mattress for the futon. And the couch cushions are now a part of the couch on the porch. So I don't understand where she's getting this Graham got hurt narrative from, because Graham hasn't been hurt at all, period, even by her own doing for the last like 3 months. So that's news to me, and it sounds, no offense, but it sounds like an excuse that someone came up with. So I just figured you should hear that part of it in private, and if you'd like, I could have Graham tell you the same thing to your face. Whatever. So I threw a couple pillows out the door, big deal. None of them hit Graham. And the one that she got bopped on the head with was because I was moving it by hand from that part of the porch out onto the unexposed. Sorry guys, the stream got fucked up because my daughter is deciding to pull shenanigans. So I guess I'm gonna have to go a half an hour early again. I didn't want to, but I don't have a choice. Okay, so from what I can gather, River is saying she's upset because we had to clean the couch because she had an accident. Okay, well, here's how cleaning... Ooh, poop. Yellow. Well, I don't know if you transport from Iran. Anyway, so I don't. During that process, Graham and I were out on the porch talking and moving the pillows around, and Graham, I guess, got hit by a pillow and I didn't know about it or something. I'm not sure what she's going on about, but yeah, my daughter doesn't make any sense right now. Yeah. Right, exactly. So I don't. I guess I just don't understand what the issue is. We were cleaning up a mess. Mm, I don't know. Okay. To clarify, yes, there was a knife involved. It was in a case. I could not reach it. I had her hand it to me directly with 3 adults supervising. And I jokingly and laughingly said, and I quote, "Don't tell mom you're not supposed to handle knives or guns. It's a safety issue." And I chuckled as I said it, not that it matters because there's 3 adults here and I'm asking you to hand it to me in its case. Okay. Okay, the don't fucking touch it was because she was about 2 seconds from putting her hand on the wet spot. I don't know. Like, yeah, no, it was more of a Graham, leave it alone so I can take care of it. You're about to put your hand in piss. Okay. Yeah, I'll talk to her. She needs to talk to me. You're right. This is a misunderstanding that I need to clear up. I didn't. Okay. All right. Well, I have to yell because Vermeil is hard of hearing and so is Graham. Yeah, no, I get that. I get that. I just. The way she was voicing it on the voice message that I did get, and the fact that Melinda's not telling me Jack, doesn't. Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. No, you're right. Um. Yeah. Which makes no sense because this place is perfectly safe. Like, the worst thing that happens to River here is the dog jumps on her. And I've been getting on him about that too because he's been playing a little too rough with more than just her. We had a problem with that actually the other day. Which is why I was going to ask you another question when we're done dealing with this. Yeah. Yeah, no, and that's why I was asking, like, you are a neutral party, but you've seen things and heard things. Like, I'm trying to understand what she's trying to say, but I can't because I need a translator for a 7-year-old girl, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, I know. No, I get it. I get it. No, I'm just like, someone wasn't telling me something, and I'm like, what isn't someone telling me? And when you don't know what it is, you think the worst. Okay. Yeah, okay. Well, number one, I don't ever yell at her, and she knows that. The only time I've ever yelled in her direction was to tell her to stop moving because she was getting too close to one of the briars one day, and she almost got, nicked. And that was it. She knows I don't understand this. I've never yelled at her once. Sensitive, yeah. She's got, yeah. Well, and see that's and this is gonna make me sound like a disrespectful little shrew, but that's another thing too. She doesn't live over here. She doesn't understand the dynamic between me, Graham, and Vermeil. Me and Vermeil call each other fat all the time, and then we give each other the kissy faces. Uh, me and Graham, me and Graham call each other dummy and then laugh. It's not, we're not. Yeah. Yeah, we've already worked that part out. I'm fine with meeting behind the Manchester town office. There's a park back there. Something called Castle something or other. So, I don't. I guess I just didn't understand like what she was saying about a pillow at first. I was like, pillow? What the? I mean, she talking about a pillow? And then I'm looking at the couch and the porch, and I'm like, oh, those pillows. She had an accident, right? Duh. And yeah, you do that. I'm just trying my best to stay out of it. See if Thursday's okay with her because that's the coolest day that we got. Alrighty. Bye bye. So, what the shit? Oh my god. Okay, if this is what being a parent is like, boy, am I in for it. I'm not even mad, I'm just like confused a little bit. Yeah, if you guys like the content, hit the like and subscribe buttons. Apparently, I gotta go deal with being a dad and talk to my sister and be a good brother. So